But they can just see us.
I think we're about to go live.
Welcome, everybody, to the Hartford Board of School Directors Board Meeting. It is June the 3rd, 2026, and we are beginning the meeting at, what does that clock say up there? 6 what? 6:04. Thank you. And we have a call to order, changes, additions. Any?
Point of information, please.
Yes.
There seems to be an item that's missing from the agenda, and I'm curious as to why.
And which agenda item is missing for you?
Well, during the 520 meeting, a member of the public expressed a concern about equity in one of our schools. The board responded to the comment by choosing option D, which, to refresh everyone's memory, is to seek clarification from the administration at a specified meeting. The response further specified that it would be the 6-3 meeting that we'd hear the clarification. It's on the recording at approximately 2:04 and 2 to 2:06. And I don't see an agenda item called clarification from the administration regarding a public comment on potential equity situation. I assume it's an oversight and we'll address it, but I'd appreciate a clarification.
Okay, when I got your note to me about that, I went back and read all the minutes, but I couldn't find anything where someone was talking about equity. And I read through them about 3 times. I did not go through the video,
Okay.
but I did go through the minutes, but I couldn't find anything where they were talking about equity.
Okay.
Can you give me a little bit more explanation as to what was said and who said it? That would help me to find.
The comment came from Sean Kelly,
Okay.
and he was talking about a specific cohort of students that, in his words, was called a bubble class. And to me, him bringing this to the administration multiple times, to this board multiple times, made me think, well, maybe there is potentially an issue of equity for this particular cohort of student, and maybe there isn't. But we've heard only from him, and I thought it would be valuable to hear from the administration. We discussed it, and I thought your response to the public was option D.
But, so what was his problem with why did he think there was some inequity going on? Do you know?
I would have to rewatch the video as well. I can't speak for him. My notes and my interpretation was that it was a potential equity issue.
He was talking about the large class size of 4th grade, I believe, at HACTC School compared to the other elementary schools that have much smaller 4th grade sizes. That was the equity that he was talking about.
Sean is online, by the way.
Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to do this part first. I don't know what to tell you. I looked and since I couldn't find anything in the minutes, I didn't know what inequity or what equity part, and you didn't say who it was. You just said it was a gentleman, and I didn't know who it was. So I wasn't looking for a name. And I thought it must have been a different thing. That's the only reason I've got first. Okay.
That's
I'm
a
sorry.
fair explanation. What do you suggest we do now?
I'll get with Sean. How will that be?
Well, do we want to officially, for the record, choose option D at this point?
And what?
Oh, I thought we did choose option
That's
D
what I thought we
at the
did.
last meeting.
Seek clarification from the administration at a specified meeting.
It's very difficult to look. I looked at the recording of the meeting on Jam, and it's virtually impossible to hear the audio for that recording. And then I looked at the recording that's on YouTube, and it's marginally better, but it's still very difficult to understand the recording. What's interesting is the recording on YouTube is 15 minutes longer than the recording on Jam. So I suspect that the Jam recording is accelerated at some point because it didn't seem like anything was missing, edited out.
Mhm.
I think the recording just runs faster. But in any case, it was virtually impossible to tell from the recording what that issue was about.
Mhm. Bertie. What is the best way to handle this?
Well, it's the option B, the public comment option B that you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, and option B says seek clarification from the administration.
Mhm.
So do the administrators have any clarification? Questions were raised at the last meeting. Yeah. I don't know what the question was exactly, but I understand that you were.
I mean, we weren't prepared for that tonight.
No,
Do that,
we,
we would need to prepare for that.
Of course.
So it could be agendized for just the next.
well, this is our last meeting until the next school year.
Hallelujah.
What can I say? Everybody takes off in July.
Nancy, I
School
also
board
have
wise,
a
anyway.
proposed change to the agenda. I had written to you several days ago asking that we have an item on the agenda to discuss the potential of adding 2 or 3 special meetings over the next
Mhm.
short while. One so that we can be informed of what's happened in the legislature as it's adjourned for the session.
Mhm.
Another was to continue our discussion of academic excellence. And the third was to further our discussion of PCBs. I think we're hearing something about that tonight,
Mhm.
but that's not an action item tonight. It's also the first time the public is going to get a chance to hear what the status is on PCBs. And it strikes me that we need more discussion in front of the public before anything action-wise occurs. So I was suggesting the potential of 3 additional meetings sometime in the near future to accomplish that. It's the legislative one in particular is important because there are things that we're going to be expected to do post haste that we're not even aware of at the board level yet. So I don't think we can wait till September to hear what our September deadlines are that we're going to have to meet.
I second Colin's motion.
Are you making that a motion? Are you you're,
I'm
because we're not to that point yet.
I'm responding to your call for changes to the agenda in order to have a discussion of
Right.
whether we want
Right.
as a board to have additional special meetings for those topics or anything else.
Okay, so I was with VSBA all day today. And for the majority of the boards in the state of Vermont do not meet in the month of July at all. As far as the legislative part, VSBA does continue, and I know that you guys get the same updates that I get, that will keep us up to date. We talked about today about the deadlines and what has to be done, but Governor Scott has still not signed the bill yet. So until he signs the bill, we don't have any set dates that we have to get stuff done. Because he hasn't signed the bill, because everything goes under 30 days from the day he signs the bill, and the next deadline is 45 days after that. One of the things that I was going to add into the to talk about tonight was the CESA rep. And we do need to be talking about that, but that's already set up.
What is already set up?
Was it CESA already on here, or is this something I was adding?
CISA's not on our agenda.
That was gonna be an addition.
Okay, so, well, that was, yeah, I just haven't made that yet. Thank you. So we were adding that on tonight because we were waiting for the information that I was getting today from VSBA.
Don't we also have a deadline to appoint somebody to a merger committee? That's
As soon
coming
as
up
he
in-
signs the bill, that's when the time starts.
But
So
that, sorry,
we
I
can't-
can add a little clarification. That is the topic, though. It's
Yes.
the representative,
There's a
we are
CISA representative. There's also a separate committee that's going to
Yes,
consider
there
how to
is.
merge.
yes,
So there's two deadlines that are coming up in
Right.
September if the governor was to sign the bill
Yes.
immediately.
Right,
So-
but he hasn't signed, so they can't set a date for us to say it has to be done by a certain time, even though they are saying, September the 10th or something? I've forgotten the date right off the top of my head.
Well, then why would we talk about CISA if that also is a deadline that's not official at this point?
Because-
We have a representative from the legislation raising his hand right now,
Who?
Coach.
Coach, Kevin?
So, I mean, it might be better for somebody that's more in the know to speak on this. Do we have the ability to unmute?
Might be able to help him. I don't think I am.
Coach is currently unmuted from me, so it's.
Coach, can you hear us? We have no audio from you.
Coach was sent an invitation to speak on the Google Meet. He just has to accept it now.
Coach, there should be an invite for you to speak on the application for Google Meet, and then you should be able to speak. There you go. We see you coming in. And then you are muted, and you should be able to speak after that.
There we go.
We got you.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
We got you,
Yes.
Coach.
Just a quick clarification on timelines. As of this moment, the governor has 3 options. He can sign the bill. He can not sign the bill, or he can veto the bill. And then the other of those options would include if he allows the bill to pass without his signature. And those are the things that can happen within the next few days. So he either has to sign it, or he can not sign it, or he can pass it through. If that helps, because those are the timelines. And obviously, if he signs it, then all of the dates everybody's talking about aren't affected. And technically, they're really not affected anyways, because other than the veto. Because if there's a veto, then the legislature has to come back and decide, if they've got enough votes to fight the veto. So that's where we're at the moment, if that helps.
Thanks, Kevin.
may I ask a question?
Sure.
Coach, does the 30-day clock to appoint a CISA representative from a district start the day he signs or the bill passes, or is that clock already ticking? What's the guidance there?
But my feeling has always been act in advance of, so that you're not caught, because of, especially with these summer votes, because we've been so late at the end of the legislative, clock, because we haven't finished like at the beginning of, you know, um, June like we would usually be, you know. Um, so, we lost a lot of time. Um, so that's my feeling for us here in Hartford, would be, being that we do have a second meeting in June. And so that last meeting, my suggestion would be to the board to give thought to selecting that representative at that point, so that the superintendent has that name of the person that uh, they would be able to engage at that point.
I also have some papers that can be passed out that I took right late this afternoon as soon as I got home, took right off of the Senate page. So, and it talks about this, and I was with VSBA all day today and we had a very lengthy discussion on it. And we're getting into business here and we haven't really approved the agenda. So we need to get back to there before we go any further, and then we can bring this up later.
Well, Nancy, I
Okay,
think
thank you.
if we listen to Mr. Christie, he was suggesting to get ahead of the signing of the bill so that we're prepared to act timely.
But we have to,
He's thinking that there's a second meeting in June, which there isn't currently. But we're still on the call to order changes to the
Yes.
agenda, and my suggestion still stands that we discuss the potential of scheduling another meeting or meetings to handle the three topics that I elaborated on.
all right, what's the will of the board?
I foresee special meetings happening this summer regardless. I don't know if that, and this is where I'm green, so I don't know if that needs to be voted on that we have them. I think we just need to call them and warn them. And then we meet on availability. But Colin, I see us meeting this summer is what I would say.
Well, yeah, I expect that we're going to be
Yeah.
meeting this summer. If you look back a year ago, there was a
Yeah.
meeting scheduled in July. But the problem is, if the governor happened to come in tomorrow morning and sign the bills,
We're on the clock.
then we've got 30 days. So we're going to be pressed to have a meeting, have a discussion, nominate people for these two positions. I think it would be wise for us to schedule a meeting now. It's not the end of the world if we schedule one later, except this is the time of year that people go off on vacations or have other plans, and it may be difficult to round the board up at a moment's notice if we start to run out of the 30-day clock. That's my only concern
Okay.
for doing it now. If we put it off and then do it later, that's also fine. It just is a little bit more risky in the event we can't get a quorum together. But
May I perhaps make a suggestion? I do wonder about having that conversation tonight, because I don't think it makes a difference when we meet to talk about who the designee will be. I'm prepared to provide a little information about who that individual could be, and it really is a matter of the board discussing who makes the most sense to be that representative. And then, according to this, the clock starts when the governor signs the
Right.
bill. So we'd already have that person in mind.
And Katie, I wasn't suggesting we have the conversation this evening. We have a conversation about scheduling the meetings that I was suggesting. That's all, just a conversation to schedule a meeting.
Once again, what is the board's will?
my calendar keeper is not here in the state, so it's gonna be tough for me to agree to
To
certain dates.
anything.
I know there's a week in July when we're not available. I think it's the week of the 13th, but this could probably happen before then, especially if it's, if it signs tomorrow, then we're on the clock. I think we need to throw out some dates. Obviously, we can't discuss them via email, but if we throw out.
It's agenda
We
planning.
can schedule agendas.
All right, so I'm
By email?
the slippery open meeting law thing is
Yeah,
just, all right. So we can, I definitely, so we're gonna be meeting this summer anyways, I can promise you that. So I think we can throw out some dates. I would completely agree. I don't think it needs to get voted on or added to the agenda at this point, but I foresee the board meeting several times this summer for other stuff and state stuff.
Kathy?
I guess I'm more in favor of Katie's suggestion and discussing who those designees could be tonight. Personally, I mean, we will be because we know we have other issues that we're going to have to address this summer.
So I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just thinking out loud. I don't think Katie was suggesting we have that conversation about appointing someone tonight. I think you were saying you want to come back with that, to have that conversation.
No, Nancy and I had discussed adding that discussion to tonight's agenda.
Sorry, I
to appoint
misunderstood.
someone.
We just hadn't got to the part that I was adding to yet.
So add that to the agenda. As far as adding special meetings, at this point, seeing as we're still in litigation with Monsanto, we have no idea what that's going to look like. I'm not in favor of a special meeting over the summer regarding PCBs. We keep putting the information out as we have it. We don't know what we're dealing with as far as what that result is going to be. And as far as the academic stuff, that to me is more administration at this point, or whatever your concerns are. So I mean, we're still just in the call to order. Adjust the agenda to maybe discuss the designee. We could add that as an agenda item, and if we need special meetings over the summer, we can gather who's here.
Okay. So
Uh,
what's your point?
I feel like we have just discussed whether or not we want to add meetings over the summer. And I think our consensus is that yes, we will add meetings over the summer. And I think the consensus is we do not want to decide them tonight, but we'd rather through email
needed.
as we can, because it is agenda planning related, figure out the right dates and the right agenda topics collectively together.
I think we could discuss the committee, whoever they're designating, or.
Yes, we can, because
or
I'm adding,
Discussing.
I'm
designating.
asking that to be added.
Thanks.
Oh, I get two.
Ouch.
Everybody can get closer and speak louder. I have this at the edge of.
I got you.
And it's because everybody's talking quietly or talking off mic.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So I am gathering that the will of the board is that we will not set an agenda for any time during the summer, and as the need arises, that we will call the special meetings. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I am asking that we add, talking about the CESA rep, and Katie has information, and I've just passed out information that came right from the Senate side. And we need to, each of the board members needs to sign the code, what are they calling it? The code of ethics. I think that's what they called it this time. This is something that is required, and it's my fault that it slipped by me, that we haven't done it earlier, so my apologies for that. But we do have it, we need to get it signed so that it can be kept in the office. And I am offloading GP9 again. Sorry, I just didn't have time to get it
I
even added onto the,
I second that for you. And I do, before we continue, wonder what we're doing, what the conclusion was regarding option B or D.
all right, Bernie, what's your suggestion? How should I handle that? With the,
It sounds like the administration is not prepared to do that clarification.
right,
So on one of your
other meetings we can,
said, might be scheduled at some point.
okay,
On the agenda, that's-
okay, thank you. And I am asking for the will of the board on that also. Is that okay with people? Not okay with people? Let me know. What do you think? I really did try to find it. I just couldn't find it anywhere in the minutes about the language that,
For me,
well,
I
the
think-
language that was given to me about ethics.
I think it boils down to assigning resources to a school, which is outside of the board's responsibility. So I'm on the side of that. I believe that that a statement can be issued to Mr. Kelly in response. But as a policy governance board, I don't believe we say how schools are run. Our job is to oversee policy and the superintendent and evaluate the superintendent on those policies and the schools. So for me, I don't know if it would be an item that I would add to an agenda. So
So
Okay.
you're suggesting that our response shouldn't have been D, but rather C.
I'm not sure. What's C? It's on the flip side. Yes. Yeah. Or A. As it was initially. I think that there's a lot of challenges that go on in all of our schools. I think that this particular school recently has faced more challenges than most. And it's seen some stuff. But I also think that there's changes in administration across the district, and that we're giving it a chance to hopefully make sure that those issues are going away, and that our policies can be followed by the new administration. I sympathize as a parent of students who have issues in the school, but it's across the district, and I think we're doing, this administration is doing what they can with the resources that they have, and so my response would have been A or C.
Okay,
Jeremy, I agree with you that it's a policy governance thing and the administration should staff the schools the way that it sees fit. However, we did have a person come to us multiple times asking for some attention to be paid to the issue. And at our last meeting, we did, as a board, agree to D as the response. The difference between C and D is that if we now vary and go to C, it's a one-on-one thing where the administration is going to communicate directly with Sean and communicate whatever the resolution is to his concern. Nobody else is going to hear about it. We won't hear about it, and no other parent in the district, no other Ottaquechee parent is going to be aware of what the resolution to the issue might have been. So D, in my mind, is the preferable solution because it gives us all an opportunity to hear the administration's response. It's not our business to end up having a conversation and trying to influence the administration on changing that response. It's purely a matter of allowing communication to flow to the public, to the Ottaquechee parents on what's going on and why this bubble has traveled through the grades for several years and not been resolved some way that that parent feels reasonable. That's the only difference in my mind. No other Ottaquechee parent is going to hear about what the administration has to say about it if we choose C.
Okay. I
Either way, it's
would
not-
disagree just because IEPs and different issues come into play. Least restrictive environments, stuff like that. But I think that there's,
I completely agree, but I'd rather hear about IEPs from our administration and have the administration tell us why, tell Ottaquechee parents why it's being handled the way it is. I'm not questioning what they're
I
doing.
can answer why. It's because the state of Vermont made it so.
So are we gonna now start counting IEPs at the other two elementaries so that we can figure out where the equity is or lack of equity is? I just like to hear from the administration, and I think.
Do you want to
Ottaquechee
count the number of
parents-
homeless people in each school?
I don't want to do any of that. I want the
No, that's
administration.
basically the
I
same
want the
thing.
administration to explain what their thinking is in determining class sizes at the three elementaries. There must be some reasonable explanation for what they're doing. I
Okay.
have every confidence that what they're doing is something I could support. I just think it deserves to be communicated in public so that all the Ottaquechee parents have a chance to hear about it. And parents at the other schools, for that matter.
Katie, would you like any response, or would you like for me to respond?
I mean, again, I'm not prepared to respond to that clarification tonight.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say too. It's not on the agenda. We're not going
So are we following Bernie's advice and putting it on the, what are we doing? I'm not sure what we're doing, I'm not clear.
Well, I have to agree with Jeremy. It's really not under the purview of the board to be involved in what happens with the teachers, with the hiring and the firing of teachers. We, as a board, have delegated that responsibility to Katie. And Katie is the one that has to do that, and she is the one that has to take care of that. She does report to us that these people have either been terminated, or there's a resignation, or there's a retirement, and also any new hires. Basically, that is, that's really as much as we need to know. Am I correct, Bernie? In the way that I said it?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand both sides of this respectful discussion. I don't think it's unlawful for the board to ask for clarification at a board meeting about it. But nor is it required. So it's a matter for the board to decide how to go. I don't think so.
Okay,
Nancy, I'll remind you that the board agreed to option D at our last meeting.
well, we're not going to discuss it any longer because it's not on the agenda for us to discuss it. And right now we're 40 minutes into our meeting and we're still at the call to order. So as chair, I am saying we are moving on. We have one more thing to add to the agenda, and that is we are going to make a presentation to Zach also. Yeah, so watch out. So I need a motion to approve the agenda. To approve the, yes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Can I have a list as to what we're adding though? So
Yes.
I'll make the motion, but I need, so I have a presentation to Zach,
We're making a presentation to Zach,
remove GP9.
right? Gonna,
What
everyone
it?
is requested to sign the code of ethics,
And discuss the CC.
and we're gonna, yes.
Let's add those. before public comment, the second public comment. So I move to add the presentation to Zach before the second public comment section, the removal of GP9, the signature of the code of conduct to be after the announcement of the next, that has to be before adjournment.
I'm sorry?
Can that be after adjournment? Just signing?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
The signatures of the code of conduct will be after adjournment, and the CISA to be moved right after the presentation to Zach.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Did I hear one or two? So just one. Okay, thank you. Any abstentions? Okay, the ayes have it.
Abstention.
You will abstain.
Abstention.
Okay, thank you. Did you get that, Sherry?
All set, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to have is a public comment. I want to remind people that it is for 2 minutes a person. And the mic's yours. Anyone?
Coach, you still have your hand up. Do you have a comment? I don't think so.
I believe Sean has a comment.
Okay.
Because he,
He clapped. I saw that.
yeah, I think he's trying to say he's raising his hand.
Sean?
Can we unmute Sean Kelly?
Hi, can you hear me now?
We got you, Sean.
Yes, Sean.
Thanks for taking the time. I do want to just make 2 comments. One, in regards to the lack of agenda item, it was discussed, Nancy. I don't have it exactly the point of the video. I was just trying to call it up as I'm listening in to the beginning of this meeting. It was discussed. You had said you were going to add it to this agenda to discuss how were the decisions made for the 4th going into 5th grade cohort, why the decisions, how the decisions were made in terms of moving forward. I guess my point here is it's just disappointing that we can't add it now. Katie's not prepared. That's my comment. So then I'll move into the second part of my discussion. And that is, I actually had a meeting with Katie yesterday. So I sort of understand what's going on, but the reason why I came to this meeting and the reason why I came 2 weeks ago was to sort of share it to the other parents. I shouldn't be the only one that hears reasons why the 5th grade is going to get what they're going to get, and how you compare that to either the other elementary schools, the other size of the elementary school classes, like how these decisions are made. We've raised the flag in terms of trying to give this group of kids some added resources, and it seems like they have lacked that resource. Another part of that is how the implementation of PBIS is going to move forward as we go into the next school year. We've already discussed that discipline has been an issue within this group of kids and maybe within other groups at the school. And so with Mr. Clough retiring, there's a little bit of a void there, and there's a lot of anxiety from the parents in that regard. And so we were just looking for a little bit more clarification and understanding as we move forward into the next school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Is there anyone else that has public comment? Okay, governance policy, section 4. Oh, sorry.
The online meeting has the hand raised.
Nicole,
Oh, thank you, sorry.
you're free to unmute, Nicole.
Sorry, I'm trying. I was trying to put my camera on too, but I guess, oh, here we go.
There you are.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just shared a spreadsheet with you all that I created for HEA members in October of this year. And I was just commenting on the class size. So I was looking back in my notes because we used to have what was called labor management meetings with Tom DeBalzi and leadership administration. And we have notes going back to about 2017 discussing class size bubbles and things like that. And in particular, the 4th grade. So I'm looking at my spreadsheet. So the data that I have is from October. So obviously it's changed a little bit since then. But across the district, the class sizes ranged in 4th grade from 12 to 18. Both of the numbers of 18 were at OQS. And I know I can speak to DVS because there was a conscious decision to split that class into 3 due to similar concerns that OQS had, behavior, academic need, things like that. So I just shared that spreadsheet with you, and but it does have teacher names on it. So, keep it confidential in terms of like, it just to like identify the group kind of thing. White River School was a little more complicated because they have a multi-age classrooms, but on the side of the spreadsheet, you'll see that it'll tell you how many of each grade was in each classroom. But even in one school, the range in class sizes at OQS, for example, was 9 students. And so I think when you think about that, the 9 students, that's like 9 extra sets of parents to communicate with and, 9 bodies. And so it just, in terms of an equity issue, there is a huge disparity and it's not always the same grade. So I just, kind of wanted to throw that out there. The average size tends to be around the same between all the schools, but within each grade, it's very different. So I just wanted to share that with you guys so you could see that. But I do think it would be great to have that in a public forum just so we can all hear the thoughts that go into that. So I just wanted to say thanks for that. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. Okay, now before I go on, is there anybody else that have got a hand raised?
I see no one else with the hand.
Okay, great. Quick, yes. All right. We are going to move on to governance policy, section 4, policy GP2. And Jonathan, you're on board.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we get that presentation up? Zach,
On its way.
thank you.
Is that in the board package?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Yep.
All right, thanks. All right, so I was asked to put together a brief update on the PCB issue at the high school. And so I broke it down into kind of three portions, just to bring everyone up to speed. Some of you have heard some of this before. For some of you, it might be new information. We'll start with internal air quality and material sampling. Then we'll talk about the ECA, the evaluation of corrective action alternatives, and then finally some considerations coming out of both of those topics. Initial internal air quality IQ sampling and testing, as we know, revealed the presence of airborne PCB contamination in parts of the building. You can go to the next slide, Zach. Thanks. That sampling will need to be performed on a quarterly basis as long as there's contamination in the building. That's the law. We know that the contamination, the measured airborne contamination, is consistently higher when air temperatures are higher. So those two things are just true. Use of the impacted spaces is determined by the results of quarterly air sampling. We've been through that once before. We moved people out and moved them back in again, and we are going to be at risk of that as long as we're in this position. Following air sampling, we did bulk material sampling and then substrate material sampling in about 65% of the building. That sampling identified PCB contamination in a variety of products in different concentrations. Basically, paints, caulks, adhesives, mastics. What we learned initially was that those were the source contaminants, and then we learned that through substrate sampling that contamination had worked its way into concrete and CMU walls, making the problem a little bit more difficult to deal with. Can you go to the next slide, Zach? Following all of that, the evaluation of corrective action alternatives, the ECA, is required by the DEC. We hired Fuss and O'Neill to put that ECA together. The intention of that document, and this is all dictated by the DEC, the intention of that document is to identify 3 corrective action alternatives to reduce airborne PCB levels. That's an important, remove PCB source materials and or remove regulatory liability related to the presence of hazardous materials. That's kind of an important point because the legislation originally was designed to address just airborne PCB levels. And what we have all learned throughout the state in the last few years is that that's not really necessarily the right tool for the job. The fluctuation in readings based on temperature is kind of the most obvious evidence of that. So it has really pointed towards removal or mitigation of the source materials. The ECA that we have was designed based on the areas where we did material sampling, which is the gymnasium and surrounding spaces, the northeast corner of the first floor, the B wing, the auditorium, and the cafeteria and kitchen. Can you go to the next slide, Zach? So I'll run through the alternatives rather quickly. Stop me, or we can talk about it at the end. Alternative 1 is called gross removal via manual, mechanical, and chemical methods. This means basically a lot of handwork to remove the source of the contamination, the paint, the glazing, the caulks, to get that stuff out. The areas left behind would be cleaned and inspected, and then they would be encapsulated with 2 coats of an epoxy product. The kind of salient points there, this does not meet the goal of removing regulatory liability, as it leaves behind contaminated materials. This reduces the long-term risk of exposure, but does not eliminate it. It defers removal and disposal costs associated with PCBs that are left in place. So that's alternative 1, which is go after the source material, the paint, the caulk, the glazing. The next slide is alternative 2, Zach. That is targeted demolition, which means That's kind of the middle of the road. It means we go after the PCB bulk product, the commingled materials, asbestos, all that in the walls and ceilings. Some of the similar considerations, what this really is the halfway point between just removing source materials and demolition. This goes after non-structural portions of the building. It leaves behind certain structural portions like staircases. It leaves behind structural walls. It removes a lot more of the material, but not all of it. It does not remove the regulatory liability. It does reduce exposure, but does not eliminate it. This is less expensive because it's more mechanical, but it does involve more contractors. It's a higher impact activity on the facility, and once again, it defers removal and disposal costs, and kind of pushes that off to a future consideration. Then the next slide, Zach, is alternative 3, which is removal of all PCB contaminated bulk materials. This is the easiest to explain. It means we go after and remove anything that is contaminated. That means not just the source contaminants, but those CMU walls that the PCBs, for lack of a better term, have leached into. They have to go. The only thing that would remain is probably the first level concrete slab and the steel structure. This goes back to the very beginning where we talked about having a steel building, and it was quite possible that at the end of this, what we had was a slab of roof and posts. That's what this looks like. This method removes all PCB and asbestos materials from the building and gets rid of the regulatory liability and is the best option for eliminating exposure to risk. It is obviously the most impactful on the facility because it represents significant demolition and reconstruction. This also means, depending on your perspective, the obligation or opportunity to engage architects and talk about new designs and updating the facility. It does have the same kind of post verification required, but it also gets rid of the requirement for us to sample air quarterly, essentially forever. And it gets rid of the obligation to monitor the materials left behind for their condition and to maintain them, to maintain that encapsulant essentially forever. So the next slide, Zach. This is just kind of a quick summary. Alternative 1, gross removal encapsulation. None of these abatement costs include enabling costs or contingencies. By that, I mean they don't include what we're going to spend relocating people, moving stuff around, dealing with data, dealing with heat, all the stuff we'd have to do any of this. Those enabling costs and contingencies are different for each of these alternatives, obviously. With alternative 1, regulatory liability remains. We're on the hook for long-term IAQ sampling, material monitoring, and maintenance. We've deferred a bunch of the costs and obligations related to PCB contaminated materials, but it has the lowest restoration costs. It's basically the least we can do. Jumping ahead to alternative 3, that is the least expensive initial cost, not by much, largely because it's less manual labor. It's mostly mechanical. It eliminates the long-term operating and maintenance obligations. It does require replacement of demolished areas and the highest restoration costs. Alternative 2, targeted demolition encapsulation, is the middle of the road. It's about in the middle of cost, although I will be honest, I think all of these costs are low and probably will continue to get higher as time goes by. Alternative 2 does still leave us with the regulatory liability and long-term sampling and monitoring and maintenance. It also defers cost of the PCB contaminated materials, disposition, disposal eventually. And it also requires restoration because we would be removing a lot of non-structural walls and components of that facility. This is not, you can't just take out a wall and then set the desks back up. This is also a major reconstruction restoration project. And then the last slide, if you would, Zach, just some considerations. Really, I'm not asking the board to answer this question tonight, but this is the question. What's the objective? Is the objective to manage contamination in place or remove contaminated materials? It's really that. If there's anything in this process that is binary, that's it. With regard to funding, the only guaranteed reimbursement in place, Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong, right now is 1 year of IAQ sampling. The cost there is about $104,000. We're about halfway through that sampling. I don't have any idea what pending legislative action might result in terms of support, nor do I have a sense of where the Monsanto settlement will end up. So funding is at the moment extraordinarily limited when you look at 103, 104 in comparison to if you only look at abatement costs, let alone the cost of restoration. Any of those three options is extraordinary. And then those total cost estimates, what this project from abatement through restoration, from the moment we make a decision and start planning abatement until students are back at desks, that is dependent on the objective. It's dependent on design decisions, program support requirements. What do we do in the interim? The impact of and consideration of consolidation and redistricting efforts, enrollment trends, long-term district planning development, the total cost estimates. If you asked me today what options, what alternatives 1, 2, or 3 are going to cost in total, I'm not even going to throw a dart because those dependent factors are really big and really complicated. So some outstanding questions. We have talked about sampling the remainder of the facility. We've talked about doing soil samples. And we've talked about operational liabilities related to variable IAQ results. Some questions came in earlier today that I can answer now. The cost to sample the remainder of the facility, and this is just material sampling, not bulk material sampling. So this is just to have Fuss and O'Neill go in and do the first round of material sampling in the remainder of the building. That cost is about $216,000. The state is not interested in funding that. If we do that and move to abatement, we will move into substrate sampling, which will be maybe a little bit less expensive, but not much. That's based on a draft estimate that I got in April. Similarly, soil sampling based on a separate estimate, but also an April draft. Soil sampling is required if, I'm speaking from memory here, so I may not get it exactly right, but I get the gist of it. Soil sampling is required if there are materials on the exterior of the building that are visually degraded or there's evidence of that degraded material on the ground. Both of those conditions are true. Soil samples are a little bit easier to do, but it's also a two-phase process where you do, again, don't quote chapter and verse, but I'll get it close enough for this conversation. You go down about 2 feet for the first. The estimate for that is about 15,000. And if you find significant concentrations, you may need to go further. So that's the numbers associated with those questions. And again, the state is not, the DEC is not interested in those activities at this time. The operational liabilities related to variable IAQ results, well, we know what that is. It's moving out and moving in again. And none of us, all we know is that concentrations increase with temperatures. But that's all we know. So those operational liabilities are going to be an open question as long as we have this situation. So that's a lot. So I would just kind of offer if there's any clarifications or questions on any of that we just went through.
Jonathan, this is Jeremy. Is the remainder of the facility testing, is that air sampling or material sampling?
No, that's material sampling.
Okay.
That's base material sampling. So that's paint samples, caulk samples. It's basically a reiteration of the first round of material sampling we did in the rest of the school.
Okay. And then for soil samples, you said that they're required because they are visible right now, but the state has no desire to do that.
Well, they're required if you disturb the soil. And there's no way we're going to get through this process without disturbing the soil. So they're not required today.
But they'll be required if we choose.
They will be at some point. Yeah.
And then the last question I have is, so the post-verification sampling of the remaining building slab prior to completion of demolition, if that was chosen, that could really throw a wrench in everything. So if the slab tests positive for PCBs, we're looking at a much bigger problem.
Well, I've asked a whole lot of people a whole lot of questions about that because that is a big one. The common industry opinion is that slabs are generally not, the materials used for flooring adhesives, et cetera, are generally not a problem. Well, they generally don't have, it's not like a paint on a CMU wall, right? That having been said, when I spoke to the people who actually were standing there with jackhammers and bobcats at Burlington, they found footings under that building that had PCB concentrations that required removal. So you're absolutely right, and that is a wild card with alternative 3. And unfortunately, it's something that we really can't answer without either a really invasive investigative process or total demolition. I think what other areas in the country have done is when you get to that point, you have a decision to make. Is it a section of the slab that can be removed? Is it the entire slab? You run into a series of questions. But the general consensus is, while it is a bit of a wild card, it's not the biggest factor.
Okay.
Jonathan, thank you for this. I have a question. You and I have talked about this, but I want to ask for the benefit of the public. The options here, 1, 2, and 3, only address 5 areas of the high school, not the remaining areas of the high school. Now, you talked about testing the remaining areas of the high school, but even if we were to do options 1, 2, or 3, we would be leaving those remaining areas intact. Now, as of today, we cannot say that there is PVCs in those areas, but given the air quality testing, it's more likely than not that there is PVC in these areas. And so options would not address that. Is that correct?
If I can clarify,
Yes.
Based on air quality sampling, no. So the reason that we did material sampling in the areas that we did is because those areas, the air samples exceeded either the school action level, the SAL, or the immediate action level. And those definitions can be found on the DEC website. And so those, when those exceedances were discovered, were revealed, we were obligated to do material sampling. What is a consideration, and then this goes back to my comment about just maybe air sampling was not the place to hang our hat. Other portions of the building have exactly the same materials but different ventilation conditions and air sampling did not reveal concentrations that that required material sampling. That doesn't mean that those contaminants are not there in the same concentrations and the same materials. It just means they weren't revealed by air sampling. And for those of you who go back to the beginning, I said it, what was 2 town meetings ago, that if all you're worried about is air sampling, just send everybody home for a couple of days. I'll open all the windows and we'll pass. Or send everybody home, I'll close all the windows and we'll fail. So it's about, do we want to manage contamination in place? We can do that. The RRC is the one that we've talked about before. And I believe I showed this to you when we walked through the building. On one side of the hall, we have the RRC, which is being good, bad, or indifferent, heated by way of the ventilation system. So we are exchanging the air in there far, far past what code requires. On the opposite side of the hall, we have the Getaway in culinary arts, which is the same construction type, the same era, the same materials, essentially the same renovations. They're 2 sides of the same coin. That area, we had an immediate action level because we don't have the ventilation or the use that the RRC does. So I guess the clarification is testing the remainder of the building would not be done if air sampling is the only thing we are considering. It would be done if we're considering the removal of contaminated materials. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Jonathan, it's Colin. On
Yep.
your summary of options, you've given us the 3 alternatives. Are those dollar figures different than what Fuss and O'Neill showed us several months ago?
Nope, those are their numbers.
I could have sworn there were 1 or 2 numbers that were up around 10 or 11, $12 million. Am I missing something?
These are exactly the numbers that they shared.
Okay.
I think what you may be referring to, and I'll just own it, is, my opinion is that these numbers are based on a very high level view of the facility and the complications of abatement. And I think that they are probably extraordinarily low. And also, as I said, don't include enabling costs or contingencies.
I think that's probably the more important factor, is that there are thousands, maybe millions of dollars of additional costs on top of these 3 numbers, regardless
Agreed.
of which we choose to go with.
Yeah, I use those estimated abatement costs because those are the numbers that Fuss and O'Neill provided to us in the ECA, and I just wanted to be consistent in the data.
Thank you.
Does the board have any more questions? Okay, thank you, Jonathan. We appreciate all that. Elementary and secondary school continuous improvement plans. And is Jeannie Collins online with us now?
She is.
Okay, great. Jeannie, we're going to turn it over to you. Welcome.
Great, thanks. I appreciate having the opportunity to come back and talk about this from the lens of policy governance, as it often confuses boards on their role in this process. And so I know you're kind of renewing your knowledge of PG, so I appreciate this opportunity. So I'm sure Katie probably has already told you this, but the Continuous Improvement Plan for the Elementary Secondary Education Act, the SIP, is a federal report that is written by your administrative team, responsibility of the superintendent. However, the feds require that the board signs off on it, just like the feds require that the board sign off on that you're going to agree with grant requirements. So this is a good example of something that could go on a consent agenda. Now I want to, and it's clearly an operational plan, although again, the boards are required to sign off on it. In your policies, 2.9, communication and support to the board, you do have a section 2.9.9 that says the superintendent shall not fail to, quote, supply for the board's consent agenda along with applicable monitoring information, all decisions delegated to the superintendent yet required by law or regulation to be board approved. So where the information being brought to you is required as background information for the board to understand what this is all about. Questions around this plan should be clarifying questions, perhaps even questions such as, how is this plan going to help us achieve the outcomes that our ends policy wants us to achieve, kind of the broad global type questions. So just to reiterate one more time, and then I'll see if you have questions for me. This is an administrative plan, federally required to be approved by the board. Thus, the administration is bringing you the background information for what your approval is. And if you have questions around the plan, those questions for the board's role should be focused on clarification questions. I'll pause. Anything I can help with?
Does anyone on the board have any questions of Jeannie? Well, golly, Jeannie, you did that great.
Well, apparently, I would love to have some time with you guys in some future agenda to go over more policies with you, because I think that that would help a lot with roles and responsibilities. But I'll just stick around and listen to your discussion. And if you have anything, ask away. Okay.
Thank you. And with that, we would like to welcome Sarah Hinsman, who is the Director of Curriculum. And I understand that Katie is going to be part of this additional information. So the floor is yours, ladies.
So we were here back in May at 2 points of contact. One, to share with you sort of the process that we needed to go through and present the elementary level, and then the secondary, opposite order sort of goals. And so here we wanted to talk more about that process of how we got to those pieces and kind of share with you some of those tools, and basically go from there. So this presentation does contain more text than I will be communicating, but we wanted to make sure that for the board and the public, people who were able to go into those materials, they had a little more clarity around some of the acronyms that were being used, where some of this information was coming from. So if there's particular questions around those pieces, like, know that there's just more details in the piece here.
And I'll just add, any clarification on acronyms, please stop us and we will explain. This is really heavy in acronyms because it is it's a template. One other note that I'm just gonna make for you all is, we also didn't reinvent the wheel. Sarah and I are really lucky to benefit from the knowledge of our colleagues. Sarah works really closely with the curriculum director from Mountain View's supervisory union. I also work very closely with the superintendent. So I just want to give them a little credit too, because we respect their work and they're a really high performing district. So we did borrow.
Yeah, so the template that you see later that guided some of this work was borrowed through conversations with the Mountain View's district around how they were approaching this, partly because it's somewhat new. So on to the next slide, please. So I think what's sort of important to note here too is that the educational quality standards were updated and went into effect July 1 of 2025 of this year. So we're operating this current school year with that new set of rules or amendments that were made and have put into effect. The big pieces of the EQS here is that we're talking about equity of opportunity. There's a continuous improvement component towards high performance standards, specifically calls out, non-discrimination, focusing on college and career readiness, and having a systemic accountability. So those are sort of like the gist of like the EQS and sort of where we get here. And one of the new sort of pieces or iterations to that related to that continuous improvement plan was it was brought more clearly down to the building level. In fact, the state does not actually want the district level plans to be submitted at this time. That's up for further discussion, but they want building level plans submitted at this time in through their GMS system.
Which is a really big reversal from what districts have been used to. So in fact, what you're going to see is there's a little bit of overlap in this cycle, in that our last district continuous improvement plan ends in 2027. And we were asked to generate these school-based continuous improvement plans on an annual basis. So understandably, there's some overlap and some alignment that needs to happen in order for us to have a coherent district vision that includes the puzzle pieces of each continuous improvement plan from the school site. So that's confusing. And I think, we can acknowledge too that July 1 was our start date and we were given new EQS to implement, which is why we also were talking to other districts too about what they were doing.
Yes, my job also started July 1st, 2021. So thank you for your patience as this is an iterative process, and in general, education will always remain iterative. And this is just our component of it at this time. Do you mind going to the next slide? So again, a lot of information around that larger process around CIP. I won't necessarily read it. But the gist of it is that it's intended to help schools explore their current assets and the challenges that are approaching those buildings. They're monitored by the school and the LEA. They're updated. They're iterative documents. They're not static documents. There is expectation that stakeholders are brought into that process. And so one of those growth edges would be, making sure that we are consistently actively seeking feedback across our buildings throughout the year. I would say that it would be a growth edge for us, in that we don't as frequently ask for that information back. One of the things that's related to this is the data inventory. And so I'm submitting some of those vision of a graduate surveys that have come through in the last couple of years as we've been iterating that. We have some parent surveys from different parent nights at different schools that are contributing to sort of articulating what parents and community members are indicating are things of interest or a need, just for your awareness here.
And one thing I would also add to that is, I think as a board, one thing that could be really helpful in the fall is to host a night where we seek input from the public on what they wish to see in terms of, investments related to our goals and, some of the things that parents and community members are noticing in our district. So this is also just kind of a pin, just to say that for future planning, it could be really helpful for us to include this process in this process.
The plan requires all schools to submit both academic achievement goals and safe and healthy school goals. And any institution that has a K-3 program needs to also have an Act 139, which is around literacy for those lower grades. Schools are allowed to use pre-existing goals or long-term goals. They can do short goals. It's an ongoing process that requires monitoring, which should be frequent. So my hope is that as we find more fluidity with this system, we're linking some of those feedback pieces around our assessment windows. We use a lot of different assessment metrics to inform sort of those goals. So we have our STAR for reading and math. We have the state report card. Those are sort of universally distributed. We also have smaller metrics within different schools to sort of drill down for different needs that are not universally required but available. So those different data pieces are all contributing to whether goals are short-term or long-term, or how those schools interpret it. But the idea too behind this is that ideas around change are revisited with regularity. They're evaluated and these plans are revised, because if we're not making progress, then something is needing to shift. And so they want these to be living in a way. These will also be publicly accessed from our school website. That's a requirement of this. And so once those things are once these pieces are approved, those will be accessible. The template that is required includes like a mid-year check-in and a end-of-year check-in. And so my hope would be that as we go through sort of that data analysis of like, where are we mid-year, those updated versions of this document would then be, supplied to the public, because you'd be then able to see more of what we're noticing throughout that iterative process.
And it also really implicates our daily work, right? So when we're talking about staffing, we're thinking about, well, primarily our instructional coaches are leading data review meetings with using protocols. So that local data is being analyzed, it's impacting best instruction, best first instruction, instructional strategies. So all of this, again, as Sarah was noting, is really living and dynamic in our schools, and incredibly iterative. So it's almost hard to take a snapshot at any one moment because it's constantly moving and we're constantly assessing it.
Which will come back up later in this presentation as well. The next slide, please. This was just something I had shared the last time I was here, sort of that brief overview of the pieces that were involved. Each of our schools were essentially asked to generate a group of people to be starting this process where they kind of did a needs assessment. They're looking at math, reading, behavior, attendance. They're looking at all of these metrics. Then they're asked to take that information and sort of figure out like, okay, so what is causing this potentially? We don't necessarily know, but what is our best assumption based on the data we have that we could indicate might be a first step of looking towards this. And then from those pieces, we articulate sort of those goals. The idea is that they're, following that SMART protocol. They're measurable, timely, attainable, specific, time-bound, right? So we're not going to say everybody's going to be proficient tomorrow. That's unrealistic. We're also not going to say 2 kids will be better by 5 years from now. And so it's sort of this, again, that iterative process of what is our data telling us? What is that root cause analysis indicating? We sort of shift our energy. And so the next slide in this presentation sort of just expands those definitions for you. Again, it's for you and the community to sort of have a little more information around sort of what these things are. The idea is that anything that we're putting into place is like a strategy for responding to the data that we're noticing, is that we're pulling from the ESSA tiers of like what is showing evidence of growth and improvement that we could potentially build in or support or add to our school buildings to work towards student achievement. And then the idea is that once you decide that, you're continually going to like, okay, let's plan what we're going to do. Let's do it. Let's figure it out, whether it's working or not. And then we do a reassessment. And so that happens on a micro scale with those instructional coaches. They're going to all of the teams within the buildings. They're working with like same grade level teams or departments. And they're kind of looking through those start data points, and they're looking through recent assessments, and they're working with teachers directly to be like, okay, well, let's see what's in front of us to move forward. And so that's sort of the micro version of what happens day to day or weekly that we then expand in this process.
ESSA, Every
you.
Student Succeeds Act.
Thank you.
Do you want to explain a little bit, Sarah, what Act 139 is as well?
Essentially, it's that reading proficiency literacy for K through 3, and that we are specifically assessing students in phonemic awareness, morphology, et cetera, and then we're responding to that. So one of the things that took place last spring was there was a committee within the district that kind of had a, I forget what we called ourselves, but Act 139 committee or whatever, and we looked at our assessment metrics that we were using to identify whether they actually met the elements of Act 139. So one of the things that had been used, for example, was the EL benchmarks. With the EL curriculum at the elementary level. And those benchmarks did not meet all of those requirements that Act 139 had assessed. So we had somebody looking at that to be like, yeah, no, we can't actually use that as our metric for this. And so that's where DIBELS ended up coming from in terms of a systemic tiered structured assessment thing that we could use K through 3 to identify all of the parts. And actually it is used up through the middle school as well as the elementary school. The act requires the one point of contact, or like that one metric point of like test them once, communicate with parents, use that information to indicate whether students need intervention or additional supports or where they are. Because it was new for districts or for us last year, I, in my role, said that schools were expected to do the one state minimum requirement at a minimum and explore using dibbles because it was a new metric. And then next year you can expect the 3 points, much like our STAR assessment windows, like that fall, winter, and spring points of contact, to make sure that we're actually, so in addition to, EQS changing and amending, we also have this new, we're holding ourselves to a new metric to follow the 139 piece. I don't know if that's too much, but that was where my brain went with that. So sure, the next piece. And so here's sort of a busy slide that is the screenshot of sort of what I presented to our buildings. This is something I borrowed with permission from Mountain Views in terms of at least articulating our process. And so I actually brought this to our building leaders in December, giving them a heads up of all of these different checkpoints for when we needed to be holding ourselves to these pieces. So that first piece was essentially establishing a group within your building that is going to be digging through this data to start a needs assessment. Then we iterated around through, okay, here's when that needs assessment is due and when we inform the data inventory and how we then transfer that into goals. So we built it out throughout the school year and through different iterative processes to build on that in a way that felt sustainable. The tricky piece is that when you start collecting data in January, we haven't actually had our second trimester assessment window completed. And so we're starting to make assumptions based on fall data and anything that we've collected in-house up until that point. And so again, to the iterative piece, we need to be coming back to these needs assessments, these data inventories, and reassess when we have each of these assessment windows so that we can be making sort of informed decisions in real time. So basically, our building administrators were working through these different things. We had reference from last year's. We iterated from round 1 to round 2. I wanted to make sure that we were addressing all of the components of the template that the state provided us to make sure that it's not just we're going to get better at reading. Like, is there a particular metric for the EQS expectations? Is it a particular cohort of students? Is it not morphology, but it is phonemic awareness, whatever it might be. And so then we have built it up to that point in which in May we came to you with those goals.
A lot of this is, as you're noting, is dictated to us by the state.
Yeah.
And so, yes, we are like checking the boxes, but the intention was really to develop a process that is meaningful because there's a big difference between being compliant and actually developing meaningful goals that we're all collectively invested in, because that's also going to lead to that constant monitoring and that constant iteration that we need to happen in order to improve student outcomes. So again, this is sounding very technical, and it is. And hopefully we're helping to explain certain aspects of it in terms that are understandable. And we're, again, happy to answer questions. But this template was a gift because it really laid out a very thoughtful timeline that allowed us to do these individual pieces with a lot of thought and care, as well as involve those educators who really needed to be a part of those teams to look at this data, think through where it is we should be focusing our energies in terms of goals.
I would add too that one of the roadblocks or hiccups that was related to gathering of this data was right now a lot of these data points sort of, or through this year, had kind of lived in their own homes. And so since April, we've been using a new tool through our MTSS system. It's called NextPath, where it takes all of this data into the one central location. And so I am hoping that when we continue this process into the next year, we have an easier way for quickly accessing that data more holistically, where attendance, behavior, standardized tests, like all of that information is filtering it into a single location so that we don't have people saying, well, I don't actually know where to get that information from. And so we're trying to be intentional with like how we actually get this information into those needs assessments as well.
And those tools,
multi-tiered systems of support and how we, thank you. I should have had like the little dictionary added onto here. I apologize. But essentially, what do we provide for universal tier 1 instruction? how do we support and intervene with a smaller cohort of kids at tier 2, and then tier 3 would be more of those intensive needs where fewer kids are in that need. But in terms of tiering and modifying our instruction or approach towards supporting students. And so this is at Next Path is the company that we went with, but it's a way to get all of that information into one spot so that we can track interventions, we can track attendance data, we can track all of these things so that when we put in place an intervention, we can actually see, oh, like we've had this in place for 6 weeks. Are we actually making a dent in this particular growth edge? So.
And I would say too that the struggle in any district, at least any district I've been in, is actually finding that tool, that Next Path, that Forefront, that EduClimber, that all is the receptacle of the data, and that will actually kind of like disaggregate and, you know, categorize and organize and allow us to really shift and think and ask a question and really manipulate the data to better understand what the solution will be. So we're excited. Just giving a plug there, Sarah.
It is new,
yeah,
and we still need to, you know, it's been working well so far, but one of the pieces with this is that it specifically asks us to consider our unhoused population, our free and reduced lunch population, students of different racial and ethnic backgrounds, gender. It does ask us to actually look at all of those pieces to make informed decisions about which cohort of students is or is not getting what they need. So that's what Next Path allows us to do, is we can filter that information that's been going in there and look at those specific populations, which can then be shared back with the state too, that defend sort of or support why we might have made a decision.
and it could be helpful at some point to, you know, bring that to the board, and you can see how it works and what kind of goes into it and how we use it.
I'm not going to promise anything now, but what my hope is to reevaluate our approach to report cards. I do know that educators really struggle with what is actually being reported. And right now the report cards, they don't necessarily feel meaningful or clear or whatever. And so in terms of if we are being asked as building leaders to be looking at all of this data around attendance and behavior and academics and state, why can't we also share that with families so that instead of just here's the letter D next to science, right? What does D even mean? It's developing. It means your kid's working towards proficiency, but also like, have they been at school? Are there interventions that have been taken? What else can we share that gives you that full picture? And so can't be next year, but I do want to make sure that like this tool is being used to communicate effectively. And my hope is that it can be used more in that way, so that parents and community members have a better understanding of what their kid is learning and how they're growing. So just as an aside. The next slide, please. So one of the things that Katie had mentioned was this last iteration of our FY25 district CIP. So the last time the large sort of collective had come together, approved this, my guess is in May of 2024, 2025, one of those things, because these goals for here expire in June of 2027. So the district had set goals by that point. We would be increasing in proficiency, et cetera. And so just knowing that that's currently an active piece happening, it's connecting to a high school or Hartford School District vision and universal ends and submission steps. And so again, we inherited this document. But essentially it's our roadmap for moving forward and how we make some goals. And so I just sort of mentioned that is a thing that we are also using, and it hopefully clears or clarifies some questions at least, and sort of for some of the goals that were presented to you in May.
And it's just kind of a little bit of evidence of how tricky this is to have these two processes overlap when we're kind of inheriting some district level goals and then are trying to focus really expressly on individual school-based continuous improvement plans that have to somewhat align to a certain degree, while also thinking about how we want to move the district to be more aligned with vision of a graduate, which wasn't in existence when these goals were developed. So it's a little bit of a puzzle piece that we have to make sense of over the summer.
And yet we are at that time where next year's work is related to like, what do those next iterations look like? How do our annual required building plans, what are they contributing to for that long range planning? On the next slide, the goals that were or that are in place right now are the academic proficiency and safe and healthy schools. So those titles didn't change with any of those updates that were expected. The things that we have anchoring ourselves right now include the implementation of MTSS, not defined, high leverage practices. So what are teachers doing for instruction universally that we know lead to success? Universal design for learning is the UDL. So what are students working towards, and then backwards planning, how we get them there. But essentially it's reading and math and science, really the things that we're assessed on by the state. And one of the examples here is we're going to increase reading proficiency as averaged across all measures in the district from approximately 54 to 70%. So that is what essentially we're working towards June 2027 right now. And then the safe and healthy schools pieces include responsive practices or restorative practices, looking at attendance data, focusing on some cohorts that at that point were showing us the most need, and then using a tool for Panorama for the social emotional piece. So that's sort of just to anchor the next piece. So if we go to what's happening now, and I provided both a secondary and elementary example.
Can I say one more thing,
please,
Sarah, before that? This is also, I just want to note where it's so nuanced and complex, where the rubber kind of hits the road in our local assessments and in the more public-facing assessments. And there can be some pretty significant disparities there for a variety of reasons, right? So throughout my tenure as an educator, I can't believe it's almost 20 years, but we've seen NECAP, we've seen SBAC, we've seen VTCAP. And I think it's fair to say, and I will be as graceful as I can about it, that we did not get much support in implementing those public-facing standardized assessments. So we really need to think about how we are triangulating our data as well. We're looking at, assessments such as VTCAP, which is the state assessment, NAEP, which is a federal assessment, and then we also have to look at all of our local assessments, STAR, DIBBLS, CAPD, whatever it is we're using, and make sense out of all of that. So for example, we will ask questions such as, why do these assessments look so disparate? We're seeing this cohort perform really well on STAR, yet the VTCAP indicates they're not. We have to ask ourselves questions about why that is the case, because the reality is we need to do well on all of them. So we need to figure that out.
And I would say too, with these, the high school goals, there were definitely conversations around what does that percentage mean when we get it back. So with STAR, the state benchmarks are aligned and in accordance with VTCAP, which is why we've kept it. We start it in third grade. So it's the one consistent longitudinal measure from elementary to middle to high school. So for a student who's in third grade, it's the first time they're seeing this assessment. It's on the computer. That's new. The proficiency might reflect less on what they can do and more on their ability to interact with the tool for the first time. By the time you're in high school, you've seen it 3 times a year since third grade. Why are we still doing this? And so how do we communicate the value of having accurate data has been part of these conversations. And so that's a growth edge in that how do we communicate why we need the information and how it contributes to these pieces probably will always be in discussion. So related to that, because this does include percentages that come from the STAR proficiency assessment for reading. So if we have our FY25 district CIP goal that we're going to increase proficiency from 54 to 70% across the board. The current SIP for the Hartford High School, so going into this year, was that all teachers would integrate 2 discipline-specific reading strategies into their instruction, such as, annotation, close reading, vocabulary, scaffolding, and use of graphic organizers. They kind of threw a bunch of things, like let's try some stuff, with the aim of improving students' ability to analyze and comprehend complex texts. So I copied and pasted this. The baseline data at that point was that 39% of our students were meeting proficiency according to the STAR state benchmark. At the end of the year, so that was entering that school year, that was at 39. By the end of last school year, 41% of students met the proficiency based on that STAR. So there was an increase, not by much. So we didn't quite meet that goal. We didn't really increase it by that much. It still went up. We tested some more students and saw a slight increase in reference to the state benchmark. So what do? Well, we can continue the goal because we still want to increase our proficiency, but we're going to focus on one building strategy, not the 5 that were potentially thrown out there, and specifically around annotation as that one particular tool based on information around when teachers have common understanding around a tool and it's implemented in all of our classroom, potentially we see that. So then the goals that were presented to you in May included a reading goal around increasing reading proficiency to 45%. And so when we did our data analysis again, 10th grade literacy showed a 37.4% proficiency rate. Our 9th grade cohort was 44.4. So there's some questions really, what's the difference between the 9th grade and the sophomore year? Like what is contributing to that? The identified need was, well, let's try some universal strategies to engage our older students in active reading and complex text. And so that draft goal that started with increase by 10% by June, here let's try 5 different potential things and see what moves the needle, to actually let's just focus on this one particular thing. And the reason why it's 41.1 to 45% is because the research indicates like 3 to 5% of rate of improvement is like an appropriate measure of growth per school year. And so these things, again, why they're iterative in every year is because after multiple years, you end up seeing that growth. That comes from the University of Chicago, Illinois, from the person who founded their literacy piece there. So this is sort of that example of how we have this larger district goal already in place. What we tried last year, you sort of had that sense of the process that we went through to get to why did we present to you annotation at the high school for next year.
And I would just add too that the movement from district level strategic plans and continuous improvement plans to annual school-based plans, I actually think is not bad, right? Because I think if we're looking at these annually, that does mean we're constantly iterating. And what I've seen throughout my career is that there are a lot of districts that might put up a really lofty goal, right? They might say like, we're at, 39%, in 2025, we're going to be at 100% at 2027. And that's not really holding ourselves accountable because it's so lofty, and we can just keep saying like, nope, not there yet, not yet there yet, but maybe not really drilling down into the why and the what and how we need to really hit those benchmarks year to year and make those decisions year to year. So I actually appreciate that process because I think it allows us to really put in some realistic metrics and hit them. And then if we're not, to change and iterate and do what we need to do to get there.
And so I did pull the HACTC Safe and Healthy Schools goal because I did feel that it related to some of the inquiries that had been expressed in earlier conversations, and walk you through that same process for what was presented to you by me on behalf of OQS back in May. So for the district CIP, we start with, as indicated by district panorama data, increased percentage of students reporting favorable sense of belonging. Positive school climate and engagement from below 50, depending on the subscale. So what this did not do was, disaggregate it to where specifically those percentages were coming from, but to 60% across various domains. So then this year we went into streamlining behavior expectations and processes across the school in alignment with our school's adopted character strengths so that students actively contribute to a welcoming learning. So at the beginning of that year, you can see that the belonging data that students reported that took that panorama survey, 62% expressed they were feeling a positive sense of belonging. These are positive. 38% were positively engaged. 71 felt safe. The most, we get to the end of the year, those numbers all dropped for the building. We could make assumptions as to maybe why we see that, but clearly based on the panorama data that we used from the fall to the spring, we saw a drop in a sense of positive feelings of belonging, engagement, and safety. So no, we did not meet our goal. We went the opposite direction. We decreased from spring 2025 to spring 2026. So we do need to focus on safe and healthy schools. However, we're not focus on specific cohorts because again, it's not necessarily everybody. Where is it? So as we were going through this, some of the questions that are asked is like, how excited are you about going to classes? How focused are you on the activities in your classes? These panorama questions are related to that letter that I sent you saying, hey, heads up, you have a right to opt out, but these are the things that we'll be asking of your students. And so if engagement is lacking, then what might we do to try and reduce avoidant behavior? So originally what was presented to you was that OQS would reduce avoidant behavior referrals or escaping the task by 10%. 30% at the time of the Swiss referrals coming in were about students trying to disengage from the work. And then we originally had said we'll specifically target female identifying students whose reported satisfaction and sense of belonging was significantly lower than their peers. So that was a true metric at that point. We did have that next round of panorama. And so I actually went back in today. I was like, I'm going to the board. Are these values even still the same? And so what I did notice, and there isn't a graph, but I am happy to share that data, but it does articulate that fourth grade cohort of third, fourth, and fifth graders who take this assessment is the cohort that is feeling the lowest senses of belonging, engagement, and safety. And so what I iterated, again, this process is iterated, and I offer towards modifying that goal is specifically saying like, yes, female identifying students, we want to make sure that they're receiving the same sense of belonging as their male identifying students, but also our fourth graders are also telling us in multiple ways that they're struggling too. And so I specifically articulated in this goals iteration that no, we actually are going to focus on that fourth grade cohort. And so, because that's important, and that's part of this data is this, of our students who is showing us the most need. So one of the things that these, the building is struggling with is we have that high turnover. We have a lot of teachers coming in. And so how can we get everybody the same information around how we approach best practice with instruction? How do we approach best practice with the second step materials, the SEL? How can we work so that all of the students are getting that same instructional practices, the high leverage practices that we're articulating earlier, and making sure that there's an interventionist to address those tier 2 from the MTSS task avoidant groups. Like, so how are we specifically putting those resources in towards these particular cohorts? And so that's sort of that process of where it's iterative. And the idea then would be if this goal were to be approved in the fall, when we have that panorama survey, we'd be looking at that fourth grade cohort as a fifth grade cohort. We'd be specifically looking at the female identifying students and saying, where have those percentages changed? Are they increasing? If they're increasing, it means that the things that we're putting into place in the fall are working. They might not be necessarily the thing, but at least they're contributing to that positive agreement. If we were to see in the fall that panorama, those things were going down, then we would say, maybe we need to reevaluate whether these things are doing what they need us to be doing. And so again, that's that iterative piece and that communication of like, hey, we're gonna actually change our idea and our approach because what we're doing isn't working and we're gonna be responsive to that. So what I do appreciate to this process in terms of what they're holding us to is that iterative checking of data. And I think because it's so new, our task is really figuring out like, what does that actually look like in practice so that it's sustainable? And then what is it that we're communicating back to you all in the community? And I don't know what that looks like yet, but I did want to make sure that this was a particular example that we looked at. So you could sort of see the data around that specific cohort and note, yes, we understand that they don't feel like they belong right now. They're lacking engagement and safety metrics. The percent of kids feeling safe went down. We have to address that. And so hopefully this process, you can sort of see how we're trying to inform our decisions based on data and be realistic with what it is that we're approaching. And so that's the gist. I don't have examples right now for all the other schools. I tried to balance like the academic and secondary and social emotional with the lower grades.
One thing I can just let the board know is like what our future work is, right? So we have developed these school-based continuous improvement plans. Over the summer is when we're going to be doing a lot of work on alignment to our vision of a graduate and do those crosswalks so that when we present to the board, what our plans are looking like beyond 1 year, so 3, 5, 10 years, there's alignment with all of that. And you'll be able to see how all of these pieces fit into that whole. Right now, we really had to focus on the school-based continuous improvement plans because they're required by the state. And so now it's a matter of using this methodology to then project out to future years.
And so in terms of like what changes might you, because they're currently draft form partly because you haven't given your okay yet. But one of the things that I also noticed was at the high school, the 11th grade cohort had a significant drop in sense of belonging too. And so the language around the high school, safe and healthy school, growth and belonging, I did change the language to shift towards that 11th grade cohort for next year, because when I went back through, I said, oh, hey, actually, this is a point of interest. And so just for clarity's sake, the goals changed in those 2 points, specifically adding those 2 cohorts to those particular goals. The rest of the goals still say the same. The only shift you could anticipate with what gets posted on the website would be like, what are those percentages of those metrics that each school had articulated. Our school year is not yet over. We still have a few days, right? And so some of the safe and healthy school goals are looking at those attendance data or those behavior pieces. And so those data points would need to be put in after our school year concludes.
Is that the incoming seniors or the?
I believe, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I do know that the high school has been working on building up their advisory program, for example. And so I do think that as we shift through, depending on what those interventions are that we're putting in place, our data will shift based on those pieces.
We're actually really interested in that and seeing how Link Crew impacts Panorama data, because it was, newly introduced this year. We're going to have 1 year under our belt. And for those of you who are questioning what Link Crew is, that is a new program that we started this year where you have grade 11 students mentoring incoming 9th grade students. So what we're hoping to see is that you will see this Panorama data improve for everyone who's involved in that program.
I would say too, because I did notice sort of the dollar figures in the previous presentation too. So like we do have a lot of these metrics coming from different iterations. One of the tools available within NextPath is a survey metric that's aligned to the CASEL, I forget what the CA stands for, but the SEL at the end is social emotional learning. But anyway, so like Panorama costs money to assess these things. And so how can we be smarter with what we have? And so one of the things would be to explore shifting these particular types of questions into that NextPath software, so that again, it's something that you would see as a parent when you receive information about your kiddo and things that we can see it immediately responding to. So just know that like the tools that we're putting in place, we're exploring how to best sort of address those pieces.
Sarah, can you pause for a second
Yes.
and just define what Panorama is for a person who doesn't have a child in the district?
Yeah, so I think Panorama, so it's a tool, a survey tool that we, or at least the components that we use are a survey tool. And so they are questions that have a variety of categories. 3 of them would be belonging, engagement, and safety. And they present questions to students that are basically on a scale of where do you feel? Like, do you have a strong relationship with an adult in your school building? And then the Likert scale of where that is.
So purely on
Yep.
the social
Yes.
side of things, not an academic measure.
No, it's not an academic measure, and we can shift
Not
the types.
standardized
Correct.
testing.
No. So it's simply a measure of how are our kids doing. I believe that it came from around the COVID era, where we had to all of a sudden learn from the computer and wanting to make sure that as students are entering back into the classroom, like how are we keeping tabs on whether it's, so it is something that kind of held over from there, but we have that longitudinal data, that historical data to see how either cohorts or buildings or particular things have shifted. And it also disaggregates it for us. So that was a lot of information. Thank you for your patience, but I did want to be clear with like where we were, where we went, and how we got to where we presented those goals to you. So if there are questions around that process, I welcome those.
Is there anyone online?
So say that was
Yeah, that was the end of the presentation, so you're welcome to
comprehensive. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your presentation here. And I really appreciate, Katie, you welcoming questions on this. And especially on the strategic alignment and multi-year roadmap. I think that is in some ways it's unfortunate, the timeline of when those things
Yes.
are
Mhm.
greatly unfortunate. But before I ask my questions, I do want to start by acknowledging the enormous amount of work that has gone into these plans by staff, administrators, and teachers at every level. And I know you all genuinely are dedicated to the social and academic success of our kids, and I think you all deserve a round of applause for that.
There were a lot of people that went into all of these teams because these were happening at the building levels. And so I am a messenger in a way for the work that has been happening in all of these buildings related to a new process.
Thank you. We all want to see our kids performing at their best. And I personally take seriously my fiduciary responsibility to evaluate whether these plans are truly in the best interest of our owners and above all, our students. And I heard from prior presentations tonight that these CIPs form the foundation of our strategy, which is great. Where I find myself unclear, and you have addressed parts of my, but where I am unclear, genuinely welcome your help, is understanding the arc and trajectory of these plans. Because a single year's target standing alone is really hard to evaluate. Knowing we're aiming for, say, 60% proficiency in math on its own doesn't tell me much. What I'd want to understand is where were we, let's say 2 years ago? Where are we now? And where are we headed in years 2 and 3 if these plans succeed? Because that turns a one-year goal into a coherent long-range strategy. Again, I recognize we've got a chicken and egg problem here, but that's the information that would help me make an informed decision and not really treat this as a procedural vote. So with that in mind, I have some questions, and I want to be clear. Every one of them comes from a place of wanting to understand your thinking, not to second guess them, and not to second guess the professional work that you've done. So my first question is, could you help me understand how you thought about the trajectory of each goal, what the targets were in the previous years, whether they were met, whether they weren't, what you learned from them, and how that helps you set this number? I think you got into it.
2 of those. So
Yes.
I came prepared with 2
Two
examples. And so
examples.
if you wanted that analysis, I would just ask that you give me time to prepare a similar thing.
Fair enough.
Because I'll just say too, that each of these goals requires at least that one academic and that one social emotional. You could have more. So some of our schools have a couple, some of our schools have 4, depending on where their energies are. And so you'd be asking for double-digit arcs.
Yeah.
And I would say too, that again, we've transitioned from those larger district buckets to the smaller school-based buckets. And so I'm not sure that I'm prepared to answer that specifically right now, but in terms of that summer work of that forward thinking and being proactive with like recognizing where we are and what we have access to, being new in our roles, new in the system change, et cetera, and like where we need to go. I think that that's work that we spent more time on in the summer. So I don't know. It's sort of a non-answer realistically, but I think that there's so much data to not have in front of me to articulate it
I
clearly.
understand your
So
non-answer. I understand your non-answer.
yeah,
I'm gonna skip over 2 and 3, but I will go to.
go to 17.
I will now.
Okay.
This is my last question.
Okay.
I promise. Well, I won't. Okay, promise.
I would,
My last question.
and they'll say, I welcome questions because as this,
I
it
appreciate
is a
that.
community thing. I think what's tricky is that it's new and we're iterating and we're trying to make, good decisions as we go. And so we might not have answers, but we'll do our best.
Absolutely, and it's a representative democracy, and I have constituents who ask me, and I've got to represent them here. So, hopefully last question. When setting proficiency goals, did you consider making them more specific about the distribution of performance? So for example, instead of a goal that says 60% proficiency, writing it as at least 10% exceed, at least 60% meet, and no more than 10% are basic. And I ask this because I think it would help the public understand not just the floor we're aiming for, but the full scope of the outcome distribution we're working towards.
So the short answer would be yes. Without having those other collaborative work groups with me, I can, I think, point to 2 examples that might frame sort of how that looks. The annotation example from the high school did have that small percentage because we were very targeted sort of intervention, expecting the 3 to 5% growth if that intervention were to take place. So you did see like where the actual value was per that one metric and point in time, and where potentially that 3 to 5% could take us. When I did go back to the safe and healthy school goal for the high school, for example, and was looking at that sense of belonging, the 11th graders framed it as below the 10th percentile. And so in the new language that would be presented was, instead of saying moving from 49% to 54%, which could be like, what is that for? I changed the language, and I would welcome pushback, but to ensure equity and improve our graduation rate, specifically target a 10% increase in belonging in students in 11th grade. And then I actually changed something else too. I think it was basically like, get out of that 10th percentile for one. So like, let's just move up in that percentile. We might not necessarily meet where we want to be, but if we can see that we're starting to move out of that bottom 10th as we compare to the national or our sort of state levels, then that would be showing improvement. So it could be phrased in sort of brackets like that, or particular percentages. And I think it depends on the metric we have, the timing of those assessments, whether there's things that we can be doing frequently throughout the year. So phonemic awareness example, the middle school has access to a tool called HACTC. I'm not going to say the acronym, but it basically, like, you can do really quick, short micro assessments multiple times throughout iteration. So we could track specifically in real time whether those interventions, some of the things that you're referencing, like the NAEP, the VT cap, those sort of larger things, those are every year or every 2 years. And so it's harder to sort of pinpoint a particular thing. So your point is valid. I think we have to be careful on like, what is it that we're using for language? I mean, in general, we want kids to be doing better. And so I think what these goals are doing is, within those collaborative working groups, trying to figure out what feels realistic for a 1-year turnover, and then what might we strive for. So I think some of those larger brackets you might see in those larger multi-year strategic plans, and more of those iterative pieces at that yearly annual level, because that annual iteration will be showing us if we're moving in the right direction, right? We don't want to wait 3 years to say, did we move from 49 to 54? We want to know in year 1 whether we're actually moving, so that we can shift. So yes, and?
I guess that what I would add to that too is that those are also decisions that like schools are looking at all the time.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not a specific goal that's in the continuous improvement plan, but the schools are breaking down that data, really digging in and thinking about that. And every year we get an opportunity for the school to then say, the building administrator who's working with all the staff, this is a particular cohort that we need to name in the continuous improvement plan. So it's happening at the school-based level either way, but to your point, we might want to see something in a continuous improvement plan if it's really disparate, if it's really an outlier. So
I would maybe offer that as something to think about in terms of what would the community want to be seeing as those goals. The VT cap, when they send out the state report card, they show, whether we're approaching meeting, not meeting, et cetera, sort of the scale of where we want kids to be, and then they show the growth. But they use those metrics, approaching or meeting. And so I wondered if that's sort of more to your point, if we should be trying to work towards sort of those brackets and, working towards meeting proficiency, as opposed to like articulating what does that percentage actually mean. So I just welcome that for future iterations of like, what might some of that outreach or community feedback look like for you all. So, any other questions?
I've got a couple.
Okay. Do my best.
Nancy, you want to have Jeannie on standby in case I
She's there.
jump the fence?
Well, she's muted, so I don't know if you'll get
This way.
I've got you, Colin.
First, everything that Daniel said. Thank you very much. And not thanking you, I'm thanking them for being able to respond successfully to what you were asking them. I'm going to start off a couple of questions with a criticism. It's just my DNA. It would have been so helpful for you to make this presentation
first.
before we saw the schools.
That makes sense.
I think we would have understood much, much better what you were trying to accomplish.
So,
maybe you never have to do this again, but if you're gonna.
well, that was gonna be
you're
my
come
question
in
back
and
to you
introduce this
is,
to new board members a year from now.
yeah,
Then think about reordering the way you present all this.
again, iterative, didn't know what we needed to do first.
Okay, now, I grandly dislike the word cohort, and I love the word disaggregate. And I want to go off track a little bit and say, 20 years ago, when I was on a school board in Wisconsin, we had a room about half the size of this space, not all that, in each of the elementary schools. We have 4 elementary schools. Internal rooms, no windows, bare walls. And we dedicated those rooms for the teachers to use as a place where they could post on the walls everything. Individual test scores, every evaluation, any standardized testing, everything you can imagine that kids were scored on was posted. Individual spelling tests, like weekly spelling tests, anything. It was all on the walls. And the teachers were told, get in that room and walk around and look at all this stuff, not just your classes, but all of them, and try to spot where things are going well and not going quite so well. And that was the extent of our technology at that point. The question I want to ask is, you said MTSS, and I stopped you to define what that is, and I'm still not sure that I understand what it is. I think I counted.
The state probably has a multi-page document that would help you navigate that for you.
I'm going to joke and say, I think I counted 350 different tools that you're using to manage all this stuff. Do you have, is it MTSS or something else? Do you have something digital where you just dump in everything that 20 years ago in my old district, the teachers were posting on the wall?
So that's what the next path is supposed to do.
Next path.
Yes. So what I had mentioned earlier, yeah, we are trying to find that one piece
So
where I wouldn't say that individual student spelling tests would be going in, but maybe it would be, right? Because there's also like rights to student privacy. What is it that's being shared? A teacher in the high school doesn't necessarily have access to information about an elementary student. So like,
these are all elementary teachers. They
Yeah,
were
that
dealing
you're
with all these
particular.
kids. I guess where I'm going with this is, in my old board, we were a policy governance board, and I'm going to describe something that probably strays from policy governance. Our administrators came and presented to us something along the same lines. Here's what we're doing to move performance along. And as a board, we rejected it and said, we don't want you to come and tell us that the entire school has moved from A to B. We want you to come and tell us that every single student has made adequate progress.
which is
I
why this
want to
process.
say no child left behind, but that's probably some stupid federal thing that I
That
am
was-
thinking was our language.
That
but-
was the Every Student Succeeds Act replaced. No
Yeah,
Child
well,
Left Behind.
maybe we invented it and they stole it from us.
So is there a
We
question?
made a very intentional point with the administrators that we wanted to know that no child was being lost in a good score for an entire building or entire grade level, that we were reaching everybody. And if we could identify that one student wasn't there, we were directing resources to that student. So that's my violation of policy governance. But somehow or another, we succeeded, because in a 400 school district state of Wisconsin, 431, we were always in the top 10 performance-wise in the state. So we did pretty well with what we were doing in a policy governance.
So Next
environment.
Path is based in Wisconsin, and all of Wisconsin actually uses Next
Yeah.
Path. Yeah, so
Yeah, well,
there
it
you go.
wasn't around when
Jeannie
when
has
I
a
was
comment.
there, but
Raised your hand.
what the point I was trying to get to was, do you have electronic tools, digital tools these days that help you manage all of this so that a teacher can dial in and say, I want to look at my class versus the other second grade, or I want to look at all the math
Yep.
results in the district and figure out why my class is a little ahead or a little behind. And then further than that, does that tool actually pop up individual disaggregated information that will identify a kid that needs a little extra help and give us a hint that it's time to
Yeah.
deploy some resources?
The answer is yes. It's both digital tools and human resources. So one of the things that you'll find our instructional coaches doing is helping get people into different buildings. And so just recently, these last couple months, they've been getting fifth graders into the middle school into the fifth grade classroom, so they can talk about what that transition looks like from elementary to middle school, figuring out what happens in classrooms, make modifications to best support those pieces. Those instructional coaches also help facilitate a lot of these data meetings. And so they would be using a tool like where we would log in to access the information around those STAR reports and having those meetings with teams or departments around, okay, let's look at where our students are, which particular groups, not cohorts, groups might we want to focus our attention on, right? And then this particular process too with the CIP is they do use disaggregate your data and articulate where are those holes. So I would say yes, we do. I think potentially what you're hinting on is like, what do we share with the larger community potentially, so that there's clarity around what actually is happening in terms of that data analysis.
So a couple of years ago, before you arrived, voters in the district were asked to pass a $21 million bond issue to do all sorts of work on our buildings. Most of it remedial stuff that really shouldn't have been bond issue stuff, but should have been part of annual budgets. There wasn't a dollar in there for technology. Do you have the tools you need? Are there tools out there that you would like to have that we've never been able to afford to provide you?
I used my technology budget attached to my curriculum line in order to pilot Next Path from April to June and decide that that was something we wanted to invest in. So yes.
So in next year's budget, are we going to see some dollars requested for?
You've already approved them, I believe.
Okay.
When we, so back
The
when
last budget?
yeah, because
Okay.
we do carry monies to support technology. I think the trick is whether, how often do we audit those systems? We don't want to keep just adding. We want to be like, what's the tool that's, so I think that in general, when we do talk about technology, we need to be thoughtful about what we're purchasing, using, and why, and which of those tools also comply with FERPA regulations too. So is there a question about the CIP process that I presented?
Are you disappointed that I don't have any?
I feel like
questions?
you're taking my time to talk about Wisconsin and windowless rooms where maybe the ventilation probably should be explored.
Yeah. I was just trying to make the point that
Yeah.
we didn't have a tool 20 years ago to do what
I think
I was hoping you were going to tell me you had.
we're in the
digital
right direction. I
resources.
think we're working towards streamlining resources, making sure we're using them clearly, that teachers have access to them. And I would say, I'm not going to put all of the eggs in the basket of Next Path, but that is the tool that I think you're referencing, that we're trying to make sure that we have that holistic picture. The idea being that a classroom teacher can log in, select their class, and it immediately tells them how many IEPs or 504s are in that class. It will tell them what type of accommodations, extra time, graphic organizers, et cetera. It'll tell the percentage of attendance for that student group that teacher has, and it gives them immediately the STAR assessment, the most recent STAR assessments for math and reading. And so the idea is that a classroom teacher, instead of going into that wall and looking all around, would be able to look at their classroom through this digital tool and have access to all of that data in real time.
So I violated every principle of policy governance in asking you this stream of questions, making the comments I did. But I hope you appreciate that where I wanted to go with all of that was you're speaking to the larger community when this meeting's being recorded and broadcast, and people do look at it. I know I got home from the last meeting and had several emails about what transpired at the last meeting. So people are paying attention. Thank goodness.
We need to get back
And I
on
think if you
track here.
I think if you use this opportunity to communicate through us to the public, it's worth violating a little bit of policy governance, perhaps. I really appreciate what you're doing.
Well, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
I just have one question. And it came to me as you were just saying instructional coaches, which is, for me, is kind of a new thing in like, who are the instructional coaches? Are they teachers that just have, okay. But a lot of these plans rely heavily on instructional coaches, specialists, and title funds. In a time when we have, less reliability at the state and federal level for the, like, how vulnerable are all of these, plans when it relies so heavily on the specialists and the title funding?
I mean, I don't know how. I would say that there's always vulnerability when we're depending on an outside entity to determine funding. I would say that our teachers have been issued contracts. These are somewhat connected to the consolidated federal program grants that I'm going to be submitting before the end of the June. And our Title I money is going to some of those positions. And because we've decided that that's a way in which we're trying to make highly trained educators interact with some of these subgroups of students. I don't actually know what the future of federal titles funding is realistically. I know that they've heard rumblings, but I don't actually know for sure. For next year we're set. Assuming all of those grants get approved, I don't have an answer to that necessarily.
What I'll
and it's
say
tough.
is, you might recall, Kathy, that last year we talked about whether or not we could take some of those positions out of title and locally fund them. And we did shift some funds in order to do that. I think that got us, I don't know, Jacob, you probably remember, like a position and a half out of title and into local. And for that very reason, your question is the question, right? We want to preserve those positions. And so you're right that we're vulnerable because we do have some in title funds and we don't know we can't read the tea leaves right now. So it's definitely something that we're monitoring and very aware of, like how can we shift positions that are vital from title to local.
Thank you.
I have one question. Really, just one. So, the CIPs need to be sent in by the end of this month.
Well,
Is that correct?
So technically, the assurance is that they have been or will be approved by the school board. That's the assurance we're giving the state. Technically, they have until September 30th, or the last day of September of this year to be submitted. It's tricky though, because to what you just said, Kathy, like some of the things in those goals are sort of related to funding. And so I do need to submit the consolidated federal program grant request prior to the end of June. So that will be submitted.
Okay.
So it's helpful if they're approved today, just because we can submit those meeting minutes to the state. We can say that they've been approved. You now know they are iterative, and those things the language potentially will shift around those metrics that we're using to assess whether they're making progress. But technically, the last day of September is when they are due to the state.
So conceivably, it's possible we could allow this over the summer
You could.
strategic planning to happen and get more confidence and vote on it at a later time.
Technically, yes.
Could I comment on that though? I
Yes,
guess
please.
my question to you is, Daniel, is what is it that you think you're voting on differently in August or September than you are now? Because it sounds like you're interested in, I heard you talk about the ARC. You're interested in the outcomes. This is the plan. The plan isn't going to necessarily change over the summer. The outcomes that you're asking her to work on and to be able to demonstrate to you is really part of your ends report monitoring. So you will get those, or you should be able to get those as part of an ends report or an interim ends report at some point next year, but it's not going to change the plan that's in front of you. That's a strategic plan that is pretty routine, performative. I'm not sure of the word I want, but Does that make sense? I guess my question to you is, what is it exactly that you think is going to change? Is it the plan itself, or is it the outcomes that you think is going to change?
I hear you and I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Okay, having said all of that, do I have a motion from the floor to approve the CIP plans?
So moved?
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, do we have any abstentions? All right, the ayes have it then. Your plan is approved.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please submit your
Thank you for coming back.
We will submit, and then I will also provide the final draft language will come off and those pieces that get finalized at the end of the school year, because we'll do that one more analysis of the final data that comes in. Those will be posted on our website.
Okay,
For future
thank
reading.
you.
Thank you.
Superintendent, we need to, one of the things that we need to do before summer hits, which is around the corner, obviously, is we need to vote and give Katie's authorization for any hiring that she needs to do during the summer. We do this every year because we don't usually meet during the summer, and that's part of her job. And that's part of the responsibilities and the authority that we have given her to begin with. Do I have any discussion on this? Do you have any questions or concerns?
I have a quite, why is this different in the summer than it is during the school year?
I don't know, but we have to give her the authorization to do it. It's one of those things. I do not know. I'm sorry.
Any other discussion from anybody else here? Colin?
I'm going to ask the same question again. Are we absolutely certain that the board needs to approve hirings at this late date in a policy governance world?
Please, Bernie.
Hop up. Yep.
The law a little bit on this, would that be helpful?
Yes.
Yes.
So a couple of key statutes. 16 VSA 242 is the statute that outlines the duties of superintendents. One of those duties has to do with selecting employees, and it distinguishes between licensed employees and non-licensed employees. For a licensed employee, the superintendent's duty is to nominate a candidate for employment by the school district or SU. And for a non-licensed employee, the duty is not to nominate them, but to select them. In all cases, it's the board that actually employs. It's the school board that employs the employees. But for licensed people, the superintendent has the authority to make the decision who to employ. For non-licensed, the superintendent nominates. And then there's a statute called 1751 of Title 16, which has to do with licensed employees. Specifically, it's about teachers, and it talks about a contract between a board of school directors and a teacher. And it says it must be signed by the teacher and by a majority of the board, or by a member of the board, or other person who has been duly authorized by a majority vote of the board at a regular meeting to sign the contract in question on behalf of the board. So really the obligation is on the school board to authorize either a board member or Katie, as superintendent, at a meeting to sign a contract in question. So it's kind of talking about a particular teacher contract. How you can do this over the summer, I'm not really sure, but I think this must be generally done, that you can authorize Katie to make hires over the summer and to sign is the authorization that you're seeking to sign the contracts? Is that what you're asking about, really?
Basically, yes. Yes. We've always just called it, give the superintendent authorization to hire.
To hire, yeah.
That's how it's been
Yeah.
framed in
I
the
mean, so
past.
for non-licensed employees, you don't need to give that
Right,
authorization.
exactly.
Because that's there. For licensed employees, yeah, I mean, giving the authorization sounds like the right way to do it. The contract ultimately should be signed. You
Right.
know, the board should decide to sign it or authorize Katie to sign it in an individual case. That's kind of the way 1751 is written.
So I've never, in the time I've been watching the board and been on the board, I don't recall us ever taking an action to appoint somebody to sign a contract, a teacher contract on behalf of the board. So, and I've never been asked to sign a contract, so we're probably not doing it quite according to statute at this point during the school year,
Possible.
not to mention over the course of the summer.
I mean,
So-
who signs the contract, the employment contracts generally? Who actually signs them?
It's me and
And the
Nancy.
chair.
The chair and the superintendent.
And I would like to see us take advantage of what that statute says and appoint our superintendent to sign the contracts on behalf of the board and do away with bringing teacher hires or professional hires to the board. I don't think we add anything to the process.
Agreed.
We're probably not agendized to do that this evening, but I'd like to see us take it up as soon as possible.
I move to give Superintendent Katie Sutton the power to authorize employment and the hiring while the board is in recess.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. Thank you, Bernie, for all the
Thank you, Bernie.
clarification. Board approval of HACTC Fund balance. Jacob.
Okay, so normally when I'm coming to you, it's because the tech center has a fund balance that we would like to set aside for future projects. This year I'm coming to you because it's looking like we're gonna have a little bit of a deficit. That's namely in part to the Brookmead house that was included in the budget for the revenue side is not gonna be sold this fiscal year. So that's gonna leave the program a little bit short. So my ask to you all is to use some of the previously set aside fund balance that we've kind of accrued over the years, because keep in mind, the best room was one of those projects that has been set aside for kind of the type of projects that we've used for fund balance. But to basically use the fund balance to balance out that deficit that the tech center will have at the end of FY26.
I'd move that we authorize administration to use existing fund balance to fund the current year deficit.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And the ayes have it. Next on the list is the McKinney-Vento and Transportation Authorization. Aaron, is that you? Oh,
And I'll let you start and then I'll jump
This-
in.
and this is Christina King. Key, sorry,
I'm a new district social worker.
right.
Taking over for Carrie Russell in this role. And part of this role is taking care, oh, I'm not used to a mic. Taking care of the McKinney-Vento Act, which is a
Speak right into it.
Oh, and the horns too. Good.
So the McKinney-Vento Act is a federal law that protects children and youth who are experiencing homelessness. And how they define homelessness is lack of a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, which could include doubled up situations due to economic hardship. So if families are evicted, living in motels and hotels, shelters, or unsheltered, including parks and campgrounds. So we at Hartford currently know of 40 students that would qualify under McKinney-Vento. 40, yep. And there's likely more that are just not identified. And students under McKinney-Vento Act have the right to remain in what they call the school of origin. So it's the school of origin is the school that they attend before they become homeless. And if it is in their best interest to stay in that school, then we have to provide transportation to and from school, and that's a federal mandate. So we've been doing this, and one of the more recent things that I'm new in this role, so it's all new to me. But one of the recent things that occurred in March is we were audited by the state for our McKinney-Vento program, and they do that every some odd years, and we haven't been audited for a number of years. And so part of their findings is that, sorry, I feel like I'm skipping over a
That's all
bunch
right.
of
You're
stuff,
good.
but
You're good.
part of the audit was that they found this transportation authorization agreement was not officially approved by the school board. And so it's really a procedural finding that they would like us to go through and develop.
Right. So one of the findings that they brought to us was that we have done it. We don't have a document that states it. So in your packet is the document that Christina and I wrote, mostly Christina, and went to Bernie with to get it vetted. And really what that does is gives permission for Christina to be able to sign off rather than going to the board every time this happens. With 40 plus students that we're working with now. And again, we're federally mandated to keep these kids in school to the best of our ability. It really, it streamlines the process so that we can continue with transportation. I will just let you know that up until I think May, we've spent close to $90,000 in just McKinney-Vento transportation. So just McKinney-Vento transportation. So that means if there is a student who goes to school, their school choice is Rutland, but they live at the Super 8 here in White River, because that's where they found their local, we transport them to Rutland and share that cost with Rutland. So that is a cost, and it's just a part of doing business for some of our less fortunate families right now. So what this does is it helps streamline that process so we can help support those kids and families more efficiently.
Sorry, I
And for
skipped over that part, so thank you for filling that in. Are there questions about McKinney-Vento in general, or the process in which we share the cost with other school districts?
I just want to make a real quick comment on this. This is not something new for our school,
Right.
for our area. We've been doing that for a number of years. And it's not the only thing that we as a school district do for these homeless kids. There's a lot of other stuff that that probably is not generally known at the public, that we help take care of these kids and help them stay in school so that they can get an education, even though they're homeless.
Yeah, it's a federal mandate, so we're required to do certain things, but our district actually does pretty well at taking care of these students. And I think that this would allow for more efficient transportation, signing off of these agreements.
Is there any other questions?
Yes, I read this in advance of the meeting.
Yeah.
You've answered a lot of the questions that I had, so I appreciate that. It's like the named below, I guess that would be you versus named below. You're the named liaison.
Currently, yeah, so I think the document was written in a way that
Okay.
it's whoever the appointed
Got it.
McKinney-Vento would be.
And then it says to execute, that you would be executing transportation costs, but then it says each agreement must be approved by the school board. So are we approving all the agreements that you do, or?
No, this is, so the agreement is that Christina will be able to sign off and do the transportation. Because right now, the way that the state has it, every time Christina needs to set up something for transportation, it's supposed to go to the board to sign off on. before we can set that up. So this is giving permission for
Okay.
Christina to just do that.
I understand that, but what's confusing to me is then it says each such agreement must be approved by the school board, and that was, I guess.
Well, and I
makes sense
think,
to me.
yeah, and I think that goes to, if Christina's not the liaison anymore,
Okay, fine.
then we would have to do this again with whoever was filling that.
Do we know what periodic reporting means? Is it?
I think we can determine that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we can do an annual report. I'm happy to do that in part of this role.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it says until modified or rescinded, so this is an indefinite agreement.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's indefinite for as long as Christina's in this role.
Got it.
When it
Or,
switches.
or we
Right.
decide
Got
we
it.
need to update it, or the
Right,
state
got
says we need to update it.
Last question. It says authorization to be deemed retroactive effect. So that always makes me a little bit cautious. What are we retroactively approving?
And I put that language in.
Yeah, thank you, Bernie.
Because you have this finding, was it an AOE finding? I'm just trying to find my notes on that. Is that what it was with AOE?
Yep.
Yeah.
AOE's finding was that the shared transportation agreement showcased all the requirements, including a signature by the board chair or designee. And so there were previous agreements that didn't have these signatures, and I decided I'd try to take care of that problem that AOE found by saying this agreement that names a designee to sign transportation agreements with other school districts. This agreement to allow that signature authority will apply to existing transportation agreements with other school districts where there wasn't board approval for a signatory.
Okay, so what happens if we don't retroactively approve those? We just don't have to
Well,
pay
it's
them?
not really taking care of this finding. I just thought it was one way to try to.
No, I understand that, but would we not have to pay them if we didn't retroactively approve them? I don't understand.
No, the agreements are with other school districts to share transportation costs in various ways, and I don't know what the details of those are. But AOE found that they weren't, the board hadn't authorized it.
So it's a paperwork, basically.
It seems like it's just a paperwork thing, and I wanted to make sure that this authorization today covers whatever existing agreements are in place, so you don't have to go back and redo them.
Yeah, and I think perhaps what happened is at the end of Carrie's tenure, before Christina became part of it, there was probably a student that we were transporting that maybe didn't have a signature. That would be my guess. I don't know that.
When
completely.
speaking with the AOE state coordinator, I meet with her weekly, and she had explained that it's actually something statewide that most schools don't have in place right now. And so they're working toward having compliance with all schools.
I would move that we authorize the appointment as Christina Key as the board's representative to execute McKinney-Vento contracts.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay, and the ayes have it. Thank you, Christina, for doing this too. That's. Is Kevin still on?
He is.
He is?
Yep.
Kevin, this is Nancy.
We gotta promote him again.
Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Good.
had to go through the steps.
We have a resolution, whereas Kevin, Coach Christie, has served on the Hartford Board of School Directors as an elected member March of 2007 to February 2026. And whereas his unique knowledge of public schools in various capacities has enabled him to serve the Hartford School District with vision and effectiveness. Whereas his work on behalf of the school district having gone far beyond that which might be expected, has shown extraordinary drive, sensitivity, compassion, and dedication to education. Now, therefore, be it reserved by his fellow board members that Kevin Coach Christie be given a vote of sincere appreciation for his many years of service on the Hartford Board of School Directors, and furthermore, that this resolution be recorded in the town records dated this 3rd day of June, 2026. Kevin, we cannot begin to thank you enough for all that you have done for this district. I can't thank you enough for being a mentor to me, who came on this board knowing nothing and still about that same way, but at least a little bit more knowledgeable. And you have guided me through some real tough times, and I do appreciate that. We also have a wonderful gift that we would like to give you. But since you're not here tonight, we would like to set up a time that we might be able to stop by. Or if you can meet for coffee, maybe. And we would like to present this gift to you. So you can get with me, and let's get a time set up so that we can, as a board, come in and thank you with this, with we think is a really wonderful gift that you will really like, and we really hope that it shows how much we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. And to my fellow board members, this work, has been a really important part of my life, and I am grateful for the opportunity that the voters have placed in me over those 19 plus years, I guess now. And I'm glad I was able to share, my skills and my gifts, and learned so much on top of it as well. So for that, I am forever grateful to the Hartford School District.
Do you have something, Bertie?
Thanks, Coach.
Okay, thank you again, Kevin. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Policy work, that was it. Nope, we've got to approve C16, student use of cell phones, AOE model policy.
I have it on the last one. Do we know the date that was first warned? I think it was 2 meetings ago.
Yes. Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
I think it's May 6th. It was warned actually on the 20th. So I move that we approve policy C16, student use of cell phones.
Do I have a second?
Second?
And as soon as Colin gets up here, we'll have a quorum.
We have one now.
We have one.
We are approving the policy of C16, student use of cell phones, the AOE model policy. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay, and the ayes have it. We're now going into public comment. Again, a reminder that
we have Zach.
Oh, good hit. Well, I was hoping you'd forget that and I could take this home. Zach has been the best person here. Come on. Then I won't have to try to put it that. Zach, we appreciate the time, the effort, the wonderful conversations that we've had. We wish you the best of luck. And here's just a little appreciation that we thought you would like that kind of, that kind of gift.
We
Thank
got a
you.
little intel into what you might
Yeah.
like.
Found my pizza,
Might have come all the way from mom.
Oh, even better. Thank you for what you have helped us with.
Thank you, Zach.
Now can I go into public comment?
No, CISA.
Oh, see, I flipped my page over. That should have stayed on the front page. Sorry about that. Katie?
Yes. So the guidance I can give the board about the CISA representative is that you can designate a board member. You can designate the superintendent. You can basically designate anyone who will represent the district in these beginning conversations about mergers. And just to remind you where we are currently placed, because it is important, is we're placed with the Northeast region. And that is a region that stretches all the way up to the Northeast Kingdom. What we will need to do, just for your edification and to kind of start the conversation about what some of this legislation is going to mandate that we do, is that if we wanted to shift to the Vermont Learning Cooperative, which is in the Southeast region, we would need to become a member and then petition the legislature to get into that region. There was a lot of conversation. I think I shared with you that I was advocating on our behalf to our local legislators. I spoke with a number of different senators, and because we were already placed there, they couldn't shift us. But they recognized that it is not the right place for us to be. So we'll need to get underway with that. But my understanding is that in the meantime, what we need to do within 30 days of the passage of this bill is for the board to designate a representative who will serve on these beginning conversations. And what it looks like too is that whatever the largest district is who serves the most students is basically going to chair that area, and they will, bring together those representatives to start those conversations. Because I think it's something like 45 days before a chair is, nominated and we start those conversations. So it's a good conversation to have for tonight, because I don't think that the board would have a different opinion later on about who you might like that designee or representative to be.
I would like to add that whoever we decide that to be our representative, they need to be very knowledgeable about what's going on. They need to recognize that it's going to take time especially once the passage is done and that the meetings start. Hopefully we're going to be able to get out of the district or out of the region that they've got us into, because as Katie said, it's really kind of ludicrous that we're way down here and it goes all the way to Timbuktu. It does not have to be a board member. It does not have to be the superintendent. It does not have to be administrator. It can be someone that's in the community that has a lot of knowledge, that might really be wanting to be part of those meetings. Katie, you said that you had somebody in mind that you thought might. No? Oh, you don't? Oh, I thought that was it. I must have been dreaming. But it's something to think about. when we're discussing who we want to represent us. Yeah, that's it. We talked a lot about that today, how to handle it. So we're open, am I correct? We're opening to suggestions. Is that what we want to even think about?
I think if that's what the board would like to determine tonight.
Katie, it's not clear to me that the CISA board is directly involved in merger so much as the merger committee, commission, board
Yeah.
that's going to be
That's
set up.
true.
Yeah, this is more about, I used the wrong term, merging of services. So it's really about trying to talk about how that CISA would operate in that region, what services could be drawn from, et cetera. So yes, I used the wrong, it's not about merger, it's about merging services.
I guess I'm a little bit uncomfortable actually having a conversation about who we might select this evening. I guess I'd rather the board chair and the superintendent perhaps come back with a recommendation for the board to consider, or several recommendations for the board to consider. We go off half-cocked. This is something that wasn't even on the agenda, so I know in my case, I wasn't thinking that we were going to have a conversation like this evening. So I'd really rather not have a conversation about potential members on the CISA board so much as be prepared for next time to have that conversation with perhaps some suggested names that we could consider as part of the process next time.
Sounds right to me.
I mean, another way of saying it is you probably can think of a handful of people that are district administration people or district staff that you might be interested in seeing elevated to this role. We don't even know who those folks are. And so I guess if you were to come back with some suggestions, it would be a place for us to start.
For us to be able to do it like that, excuse me, for us to be able to do it like that, we would have to call a special meeting to talk about it, because we don't know when the governor is going to sign the bill. We just don't.
That's the
so
same
it-
special meeting that we could use to further a conversation about the effects of the legislation that was just enacted or potentially going to be enacted.
Hopefully, yeah, soon.
So I think that makes sense. Maybe that's the special meeting that Jeremy was talking about.
One of them.
Yes.
Okay, well, what is the will of the board?
Let's put this on.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was just a discussion. We weren't going to nominate or choose, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know of anybody that I would nominate right now. I just,
Neither do I. I mean,
When you made your motion changing the agenda or adding this to the agenda, it was a discussion. It was not an action.
Yeah, it was a
item.
discussion, not a
Right.
decision. So, I mean, I think it's a huge commitment for somebody to do that. And I think it has to be the right person, because, I mean, it could go south in a hurry. Or I guess it could go north.
Yes.
Well played.
that was good.
Well played.
I think.
So I
that
gather then the will of the board is that we will wait
we will likely.
and have to call a special meeting.
And hopefully in that there will be some recommendations.
Or volunteers.
The CISA is going to meet in Holland.
Katie, do you have anything else on it that
No,
you want to bring in front?
I mean, just to clarify, the board is directing me to bring recommendations for individuals who could serve as representatives on this.
If you know of any.
Okay.
And don't surprise them.
Public comment?
You got it.
Yay! We have our final public comment. Do we have anyone that is online with their hands up? Jumping up and down to talk to us?
No one has raised their hand?
I'd like to make a public comment.
Oh, Sean would like to make a public comment too.
Okay.
You know, I can leave that.
I'd just like to make a comment about Sarah's presentation. It was excellent. I appreciate everything that she presented. And there was a section where there was a discussion about the report cards and a new grading system. And I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
You're on.
Okay. Well, I would just like to say that 7 years ago today is when I started in Hartford. So I've been working with the board for 7 years now, and it's been interesting. But really, I just wanted to take this time to sincerely thank Coach for all his work and efforts over the years. Especially during the budgeting season, I know Coach would send me a lot of the draft yields early on before any of the public would get that. So I always appreciated the early leg up on all that stuff. So thank you, Coach.
And keep them coming.
Yeah.
Resignation.
I have a public comment too.
Ooh, okay.
This afternoon, we celebrated 3 individuals who are retiring this year. So I would just like to publicly congratulate and thank Mr. Chad Clough from the Ottaquiche School, Mr. Doc David McCoy, science teacher at Hartford High School, 26 years there.
Wow.
And of course, Mr. Nelson Fogg, principal at Hartford High School, almost 40 years of service in the district, and among them, about 70 years
Wow.
of service in education. So just want to, again, note my heartfelt congratulations to them and well wishes and thanks for all of those years.
We have a proposed executive session.
I don't have the, I'll have a motion for that. Bernie, you want to create one on the fly here?
The Green Book.
It's section 313A4, disciplinary or dismissal action against a public officer or employee.
Yeah, that's the way we've done it. Could ultimately be for discussion with the council. And the finding that goes with that.
I move to enter, and I move to find. You got it right there, VSA 1.
Want help with language?
Nah, I think I can cheat off of this thing. I move to find the premature general public knowledge regarding disciplinary or dismissal action against a public officer or employee would place the board at a substantial disadvantage because the board risks disclosing its strategy. I don't know, that doesn't line up with that.
I'll just clarify for a moment. The executive session round of discussing this election does not require that special finding.
Oh, it doesn't. You can just enter. I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA, Section 313A4 to discuss a disciplinary or dismissal action against a public officer, employee, and I wish to invite
We're going to
counsel.
invite, yes, we're inviting council. Also, council has advised that we would like to have either Katie or Aaron, or both of you, whichever I concerned with you, to come in case there's some questions that only you would be able to answer for us. Okay?
Board would like to invite legal counsel and Aaron
Yes.
into a session with us. And Kate. Both? Okay,
Yeah, both can go.
okay, I thought she was,
I know, I want her to
okay.
rest.
I need
She
a,
won't. Okay.
need a second.
Do I? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Are you opposed? Ayes have it. We're going in at what time is that
9:04.
clock?
9:04.
Have a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second. All in favor, aye.
Aye. But don't go anywhere because you need to sign your.
We need to sign, yeah, oh, what did I do with mine too?